Hi. Hey, thank you for being early and on time. There's coffee and snacks outside if you haven't had coffee yet, so please feel free. Thanks.
Welcome! It is such an honor to kick off the very first Games for Change event in Hong Kong.
Thanks, Susanna. Good morning. Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first game.
Welcome. It is
Thanks, Susanna.
welcome. It is such an honor to
Thanks, Susanna. Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first Games for Change Asia Pacific event to be.
Hi. We're just waiting for more people to show up because we have a lot of signups today. If you're here, you haven't had coffee yet, there's coffee outside. Please help yourself. Thank you. just hang tight. We're starting to round people up from the marketplace to come up now. So we'll get started in a few minutes. Thanks.
Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first Games for Change Asia Pacific event to be held in Hong Kong. My name's Dale Winiger, and I'm the manager.
Hello, everyone. We are starting in 2 minutes. Apologies for the delay. We just want to make sure that everyone is in the room. So, with 2 minutes to go, feel free to grab some coffee, some snacks outside, and then take your seats. For those who just walked in, feel free to grab some coffee and snacks. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. All right, please take your seats. Those who are outside, we are starting soon. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Some of you very early and on time. Yes, welcome to the inaugural Games for Change APAC-Hong Kong 2023. That is a mouthful. But yes, I'm so happy to be here. So glad to see you all in person. But also, we have people joining in via live stream on YouTube. So can we all, I guess, cheer and say hello? Say hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Okay, being conscious that people are joining virtually, if during the discussion today you'd want to share something, feel free to grab a mic or ask for a mic so that the people online, sorry, let me turn off the music. Just so that the people online can hear what we're talking about. And feel free to introduce yourself as well, your name, your pronouns, your company, etc. Anyway, before I get too carried away, my name is Tina Arcilia. I am a volunteer at Press Start Academy. My pronouns are she and her. And I will be emceeing for today, as well as leading you all in the final session with Susie, who's right there in the back. All right, so please stay behind for the very end of the conference. All right, so why are we here? I just want to take a quick poll of the people in the room. Who here has ever played a game? Raise your hands. Oh, fantastic. So everyone has played a game. Who here has ever created a game? Any sort of game, any sort of play? Most of the people in the room have done it. And I guess some people are kind of mulling it over. What do you mean by game? But we'll discuss today a little bit more about games, and we'll meet some creators. If you're interested in creating games, get to know them, the people who raised their hands earlier. But also we have a marketplace downstairs. So some of you here have seen that already. Feel free to go around during the breaks. So yeah, there's a lot in store from the sessions that are going to be here in the main room, as well as in the breakouts. So I'll go into more detail later on, but to kick us off today, we have Professor Julian Tanner, who is the director for the HKU Common Core, here to welcome us today. Julian?
Thank you so much. It's really an honor and a privilege to welcome everyone here today, both everyone here in the room today, and also everyone who is online. To the Games for Change, APAC Hong Kong 2023. We're really honored by the speakers this morning. Susanna Pollock, who's president of Games for Change. Of course, Games for Change has done so much in education and across society in games, and in terms of how games can help people learn, across their lifetimes, not only in secondary and tertiary education, but across all of society. And Dale Liniger, Director for Games for Change for Asia Pacific. Of course, Vince Hugh, and to be co-organizing here with Press Start Academy. It's a huge privilege for the Common Core and for the University of Hong Kong. And David Begbie, also for the director of the Crossroads Foundation. It'll be really fantastic to be hearing his talk later this morning. A particular thanks to many of the people who helped to organize today, to Jack and to Wincy, and to everyone in the Common Core office, to Penny and others, to help to organize that and to do that together with Press Start. And just a few comments from myself in terms of gaming and what we've been seeing, particularly at the University of Hong Kong and coming out of COVID. It's become really important and even more important than ever in terms of developing active learning approaches, including innovative ways of using gaming in education. I've seen this myself. One of my roles is in the medical faculty here at the University of Hong Kong. And so we've seen, and we've done actually research studies on the effectiveness of gaming in helping students to learn. And it's something which is really important, both in our professional degrees, all of our disciplinary degrees, and of course across all the interdisciplinary learning here at the University of Hong Kong. So I'm really excited to be learning from all the speakers today around gaming and the innovation there, and how that can help students and for all of us at all stages of our lives to learn. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the day today. Thank you, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. All right, so bear with me. I will be introducing...
Welcome. It is such an honor to kick off the very first Games for Change event in Hong Kong. Thank you to Vince Sui and the Press Start Academy for bringing us all together, and the Common Core Office of the University of Hong Kong for supporting this event and for providing this venue. And thanks to you all for joining us here today. For those of you who are new to this community, I would like to say a few words about the history of Games for Change, where we are and where we're going. For nearly 20 years, Games for Change has supported a global community of creators and innovators who are using games and immersive media to help people learn, improve their communities, and to make the world a better place. G4C was founded in 2004 with a small gathering of game designers, researchers, and academics in the basement of the Academy of Sciences building in New York City. Our vision today is the same as it was back then. We want to see a world where games are widely understood to have a purpose beyond entertainment and are used to power new approaches to social impact and to drive real-world change. While the Games for Change community originated in New York City, today this is the largest global community for people who want to use games and immersive media to change the world. We've seen more than 120 different countries attend G4C events over the last few years. We also have a growing group of G4C chapters in Europe, Latin America, Africa, and of course, Asia Pacific. You'll hear from Dale Linegar, the lead organizer of the G4C chapter in Asia Pacific, in just a moment. Every year, the community comes together in July for our flagship event, the Games for Change Festival in New York City. The festival is a launch pad for world-changing ideas, connecting people across industries and sectors to explore new possibilities at the intersection of games, immersive media, and social impact. This summer, we'll host the 20th annual Games for Change Festival. We're marking this occasion with the first ever Games and UN Sustainable Development Goals Summer, held at the United Nations, as well as the Next Gen Summit for youth aged 13 to 17. We're excited to have Vince and Press Start joining us at the festival to run a workshop on games and learning. In addition to the G4C Festival, Games for Change runs year-round programs, whether it's hosting social impact game jams for international developers, inspiring the next generation of youth game design leaders through our G4C Learn education programs, or facilitating workshops for educators on games and learning. We are always working to expand our capacity to bring games for impact around the world. As the community grows, we're seeing more opportunities for collaboration between the games industry, education and government, healthcare, and even other sectors, and more innovative projects that expand our understanding of what's possible when we use games and immersive media for real-world impact. Now, more than ever, we're seeing the urgency of this collaboration, as the challenges we face are increasingly too big, complex, and interconnected for any one group to solve alone. But we've seen the power of this community come together and drive meaningful change. We've seen that power firsthand at G4C through the growth of this community and with more members around the globe, more groundbreaking projects and innovations and initiatives to celebrate, and more ways to get involved. I hope you leave this event excited about new ideas for projects and new collaborations inspired by the potential of games to change the world. Thank you. At G4C, through the growth of this community and with more members around the globe, more groundbreaking projects and innovations and initiatives to celebrate, and more ways to get involved. I hope you leave this event excited about new ideas for projects and new collaborations inspired by the potential of games to change the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first Games for Change Asia Pacific event to be held in Hong Kong. My name's Dale Liniger, and I'm the Managing Director of Games for Change Asia Pacific. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. Now, this is an event I've really been looking forward to because for the past few years, I've had the pleasure of working with Vince and the team at Press Start Academy, and they've never failed to surprise and inspire me. I'm delighted to welcome you to the first of many wonderful events we have happening this year. We are working with universities, non-profit organisations, museums and governments throughout the region to share what we all know, and that is that games can change the world. Our mission is to foster the development and use of games that make the world a better place, and that takes real grassroots support. So I'd like to thank everybody involved in this event for putting their beliefs into action, including our gracious hosts, the Common Core Office of the University of Hong Kong, the team at Press Start Academy, and the team of volunteers that have worked so hard to make this event a possibility. The quality of the work being done in Hong Kong is second to none worldwide, and I look forward to learning new ideas, forging new connections, and together using games to make the world a better place. Thank you all for being part of the inaugural Games for Change Asia Pacific Hong Kong.
Great. All right. So we've heard from Susanna and Dale. So let me just walk you through what to expect from the day. As you know, there are refreshments outside for the people in the room. Feel free to grab that. There are bathrooms this way, right behind me, with the exit sign. So if there's an alarm that sounds, please do not use the elevator. Use the fire exit here. So onto the program. You would have seen this. I won't go into too much detail. We're running a little bit late on time or low on time, so just feel free to check that out. We are on Instagram as well for more details of each of these sessions. But a little bit more detail on the breakouts. So there are 3 tracks, and just a note that the Struggle for Survival simulation runs for 2 hours, so make sure you prepare to stay there for the full 2 hours. Feel free to take photos, but again, this is all available on the website and on Instagram. And some of you have already pre-registered, or most of you already pre-registered. All right. All right, before we go into that, so right, there's a marketplace downstairs. Make sure you see that. For the virtual participants, we'll take you around later for a quick tour. But for the people in the room, there are some Post-its on the table right here right behind me. So I encourage you to grab some and take them with you throughout the day. Use them to jot down your ideas. There are 3 things. One, ideas and learning from today, whether it's something that really struck you, or an idea that it's spurred you to do. So write that down, 1 idea or 1 concept per Post-it. The second one is a question that you might have. So if it raised something that you need clarity on, write that question down and hold on to it. The third one would be ideas, questions, and your details. If you have an organization that you feel would benefit, or people would benefit from collaborating with or hearing more from. Also, if there are any other resources that you might not be directly involved with, but you think might be helpful for this community, write that down. So ideas, questions, and resources. We have a giant white wall right behind me. So feel free to stick that on throughout the day. Whenever you have a chance, just hold on to them and then stick them on. We'll use that for the final activity today, the closing meeting of minds, which Susie and I will be running. All right. Lastly, please tag us on social media. G4C APAC-HK. It's long. But most of you are following us already. Feel free to tag us on Instagram, tag Press Start Academy on social media as well. All right, without further ado, let me introduce you to the convener of today's conference, Vince from Press Start Academy. Vince.
All right. Hi. Thanks, Tina. I have a speech here that I wrote in like the past 5 minutes because I realized that I get nervous if I need to speak to a big room, and this is not a topic that I speak about often. So I hope you bear with me kind of referring to these notes. When I first started Press Start Academy, when I first started Press Start as a side project in 2015, I didn't ever imagine that we would get into education full-time. Certainly didn't ever imagine that we would get to work with an institution like the University of Hong Kong. So firstly, I'm indebted to Dr. Julian Tanner and Dr. Jack Tao for their support throughout for this event, but also for our wonderful collaborations over the past year and a little bit more. At Press Start Academy, we design learning games, learning adventures, learning experiences, but we do not call ourselves game designers. We call ourselves learning designers who just happen to use games because games are the best way to learn. Over the years, we've been able to work with some amazing institutions, some inspiring organizations on some really cool projects. For more details, you can hit up our booth downstairs. I'm going to spare you all this stuff right now. All of this has gotten us the opportunity to connect with the Games for Change movement globally and regionally. So, and I'll speak to the camera here, I'm indebted to Susanna and Dale for believing in our vision and our work, and especially to Dale for inviting us to tell our story and share our projects in 3 separate case studies and presentations remotely for the past 2 years of Games for Change APAC. I'm excited to meet you for the first time in person later this year in Melbourne, Dale. And I'm also excited to head to New York City to speak at Games for Change and meet you also in person as well, Susanna. There's a lot happening in Hong Kong in the realm of Games for Change. What you can see in the marketplace downstairs is just the tip of the iceberg. I promise for next year's event, with more time to plan, we'll have at least double the amount of booths downstairs. Last year, Dale invited us to put together a showcase of some of Hong Kong's great projects to kick off the Games for Change APAC event remotely. I hope that what our team has curated for us, for all of you today, gives you a glimpse of the amazing passion, the talent, and the energy that's here in our city, and I hope you'll join us on this journey. I would be remiss if I didn't give 4 shout-outs. Number 1 is Susie, who is somewhere right there. Susie is the advisor to the CEO at the Museum for the UN. She's been a huge supporter from day one for our conference planning. Her students at the Chinese International School are going to be presenting some of their projects after lunch, so make sure to stay behind for that. And she's obviously helping us close out our conference today with Tina with the special session. Our volunteer team and my team at Press Start Academy, who are behind today's logistics, content, and everything. If any of you need anything, go find a turquoise D20. They will answer all of your questions in life, as they do for me. They're the absolute best. Our marketplace exhibitors and our speakers who have put their trust in us and their energy in you, and they have freed up their Saturdays to join us. And lastly, David Begbie, Director of Crossroads Foundation. They don't normally bring their simulations on the road, but they have done this for us today. David has been a supporter, friend, and mentor from day one. Trivia number 2, Games for Change APAC asked us to kick off the 2022 conference last year, and we went to Crossroads out in Tuen Mun to film David for our Hong Kong showcase. He just said, hey, can I just do a speech to support? And he just did something off the top of his head for like, I don't know, like 45 minutes or something. I don't know, it might have been like 2 hours. We recorded it. They ended up playing it multiple times in Australia across the few days. And I've heard since from the Games for Change global team that David is now a rock star in New York City. And I think I have him to thank for landing this event on their desk and for landing me in New York this summer. Anyway, if you're wondering how impactful David can be, I have great news for you. He's outside, and he's about to do our opening keynote on the power of experience. I'm excited to see him in his element again. To old and new friends, welcome to Games for Change APAC-Hong Kong. To David, thanks and welcome.
My friends, why are we here today? Why are we gathered here? To learn, I would say, that's a heart of it, that's a part of it. I would suggest this, that if we were to dig deep, if we were really to look inside our hearts, I think the thing we would find is this: the conference is not the reason that we're here. The conference is what we're attending. The activities are what we will be doing. But why is it that we're here? Why? I suggest to you that there is across all of us seated in this room a shared sense, a shared conviction that this world, that our world in which we live, as beautiful as it is, it's not okay. And we know that. But the challenge isn't knowing, is it? The challenge is not knowing that our world has issues. The challenge is knowing what do we do in response. And I don't mean collaboratively or collectively what does one need to do. I mean, what do I need to do? What does she need to do to change the world? What do you need to do? What do I need to do to see? That's the harder question. And I don't know this for sure, but I have a feeling that my life has been lived like many of yours. My family tells me that I come from one country. Like my parents tell me I'm Australian. Wonderful. I never lived there. I'm sure it's a nice country. I spent most of my life traveling. I spent most of my life in the Philippines and Hong Kong and China and the States and China and the States and Hong Kong. And you add all these years together and you get my age, which is, in case you're wondering, it's 18. During the course of my travel, my family saw a lot of people who were poor. And just for a moment, can I ask you this question? When you see someone in need, when you see someone who's poor, can I ask you, what do you feel? What do you feel? What runs through your soul? May I ask you, what do you feel when you see someone in need? What's something you feel? Okay. Compassion. And when you feel compassion, you feel moved, it causes you to want to respond, right? But may I ask you, do you always know how? Okay? Can I ask, what do you feel when you see someone in need? Someone who's poor, huh? Good, you feel sad for them. You feel sad, you feel grieved that they're in those conditions. And I'm guessing again, then there's the yearning to want to respond, right? But again, do you always know how? What do you feel? Good, angry, good, why? It's a dangerous thing, isn't it? Sometimes when you look at these situations, you actually feel it's unfair. But the challenge with feeling injustice is then you have to ask the question, well, what will make it fair? And that's a tough question. And just by way of context, for my family as we grew up in these places, these were the same feelings that we had. We saw a lot of people in need. We wanted to respond, but need doesn't dictate action. It only increases compunction, the sense that we needed to respond. And so as a family living in Hong Kong, my family didn't know what to do. We didn't know how to respond. And so we actually reached out to others, to charities, and we said, how do we help bring change? How do we bring change? What can we do? And really mightily, these charities, they came back to us and they said to us this. They said, please, can you just be you? Just be you. And we said to the charities, what do you mean? I am me. What do you mean be me? And the charities, they said, look, my father is in accounting, my mother's in PR. They said, we don't have your skills. Could you be you and help us change this world for people in need? And this was life-giving. You know, if someone comes to you or me and says, in order to affect change, you must become someone else, that's difficult. But if you could be you and I could be me and change the world, that's empowering. And so actually, just very briefly, my family was living in Hong Kong, and pro bono, we used our free time helping people in need, just volunteering. But then one night we had dinner, and I don't know, have you ever had dinner? You should try it, it was so awesome. We had dinner once. We were eating dinner, the phone rang, and one of the charities that we had called they came back to us and they said, please, we have a problem. We have just had a flood in northern China. 2 million people have lost everything. And this NGO said to my parents, what can you do to help 2 million people? And I don't know how you would respond to such a phone call. I didn't know what to say. We offered our skills again. And this time the lady said, I don't need your skills. It's minus 20 degrees. They need clothing or they'll die. Can you help me find clothing for 2 million people? And I don't know how many shirts you have in your cupboard, but we didn't have 2 million either. We're like, well, what can we do? And so we were actually visiting a friend of ours, and we overheard 2 women speaking. One lady said to the other, hey, I have many things I want to give to people in need, but I just don't know anyone who's poor. Do you know anyone who's poor? And we're listening. We're like, oh, excuse me, but we know like 2 million people who are poor. Do you want to give us your things? And so these ladies gave us 19 boxes. We sent them to China. We thought we were done. The woman called us. She said, we need more. And so the second time a school gave us 72, 136, 248. And then it was like a hole opened in the heavens. If you've ever lived in Hong Kong for a while, you know this. Hong Kong is basically everything out there. But what we don't have is a very big second-hand culture. You know, they are 手市场. And so suddenly what happened is we began to get crazy phone calls. Banks called us. They gave us 500 computers. Another bank called us. They had 10 floors of furniture. Cathay Pacific gave us all their blankets. We moved as a warehouse to Hong Kong's old airport. That was our second warehouse. And where we are today is at Gaoguanying, an old army base. We have 8.5 acres of land, hundreds of containers. Half of these resources help Hong Kong and the other half 100 countries around the world. And then actually from that, we then went on to do a website that actually matches product globally. But I share that because something happened. Just at this moment, a very weird moment occurred. And this is the connection that led us to this beautiful friendship. At that point, our organization had our 10th anniversary, and we forgot. We forgot it was our anniversary. We were just serving. And then suddenly one of our team came to us and said, we're 10. What should we do for our anniversary? And you know, at Crossroads where we serve, we're all volunteers, no one's salaried. We have about 70 people from 20 countries, full-time volunteers. And we had no money to do what Hong Kong normally does, which is a 5-star fundraising event. And so we asked this question. We said, how can we use this moment to show Hong Kong our heart, to show Hong Kong our soul, to show Hong Kong why we do what we do? And I mentioned this in the video last time, but I think it's worth saying, you know, does anyone here speak Cantonese? A couple people? Good, great. Can I just say Cantonese ought to be the global language, in case you're wondering. This is my opinion, because if Cantonese was the global language, the world would be 7 times louder, but it would be way more fun. It would be way more fun if we all spoke Cantonese out there. One of the things, though, I love about Cantonese is this. You know, for those of you who do not speak Cantonese, this is really cool. Do you know the Cantonese word for charity? Someone tell me, what's the Cantonese word for charity? Good. And can I ask, what is the Cantonese word for crazy? 记性都差不多, right? 记性. And for us, we are a crazy charity. And for our 10th anniversary, what we had this idea. We thought instead of going to the 5 stars, why don't we bring the CEOs to where we are and let us strip them of their possessions. And we'll take away their watches and their wallets and their cell phone and their laptops. And we will let these CEOs sleep on the ground and eat with their hands and make a road by breaking rocks for 24 hours, let them feel a fraction of what it is like for the people we serve every day. So we did this program once, and I honestly thought these people would kill me. But I had this gentleman come back to me, and he said, in my life, I've had 3 big moments. The day I was married, the day my first child was born, and this program. He said, please, I need my office to feel what I am feeling. Can I bring my office, not for 24 hours, but 2 or 3 hours to help my office care? And then school principals, they came to us, and they said, please, I need my teachers to teach with compassion in every subject, not just humanities. Can I bring my faculty? And then the teacher said, my students, they've grown up thinking the world is like Hong Kong or the US or the UK. Can I bring my students so they may care and understand that the world needs them to respond? And then suddenly these programs began to grow. Hong Kong said to us, poverty is one issue. What about refugees? What about HIV? What about blindness? What about the environment? What about? These programs exploded. And we've done a lot of work over the years with the United Nations. We built the UN's business engagement website, managed it for a dozen years. A lot of work with the UNHCR and others. But at this point, the UN called us again. And the UN said to us, every year in Switzerland is a very big meeting called the World Economic Forum. And they said to us, there is no way that we can take all these world leaders and show them the reality of refugee camps. but we could bring the message to them. Please, could you bring your simulation to Switzerland so we can run it for these world leaders at the World Economic Forum? And I was standing in the phone, I wasn't standing in the phone. I was on the phone, standing in Admiralty, and I thought to myself, this must be a prank phone call. It can't be the real UN. This is what I thought, because our refugee simulation, which I won't do today, don't panic, but I have soldiers and guns and landmines and barbed wire and lights and I said to the UN, I said, I'm sorry, you want me to import guns into Switzerland? And they're like, yes, it's a neutral country. You'll be fine. And so we did. We did, in partnership with the UNHCR initially. We brought this program to Davos, and we ran this program there. And as we built it, I honestly thought no one would come. You know, the World Economic Forum is insanely busy. There are 3,500 people for 4 days, and in those 4 days, there's over 1,000 events. And we're 1,001, and weird. And I thought, no one's going to come. Who could we target who already cares? And I thought, you know, Richard Branson. Richard Branson, he's kind of a teasing kind of guy, right? He's probably game enough to do this. So we emailed him. Dear Sir Richard, would you be crazy enough to do this? And the next day I check my email. Dear David, I'd love to. I'll see you on Friday, Richard. So Richard Branson rocks up. The next man walks in. He is the most expensively dressed man I've ever seen. I'm like, oh, who's this guy? He was the CEO and chairman of Gucci. I'm like, oh, well, no wonder you look so good. And then very graciously, the UN said to us, would you mind, at that time, Ban Ki-moon was the head of the UN. They said, would you mind if Ban Ki-moon and his wife could come and join? And when they rocked up, I learned something very quickly. I learned two things. One is I don't envy his schedule. You know, Ban Ki-moon's days from waking to sleeping, his days are divided into 3-minute sections. And he was able to give us 3 minutes of his life. But I also learned that if that's your schedule, there's no way you can know what your whole day holds. You need that person with an iPad saying, here's the next event, say this, don't say this. And so I had prepared a 1-minute briefing for a 17-minute condensed experience. And as I was briefing him and his wife, I realized that he thought that he was coming to a lecture on refugees. I'm like, oh no. And he walks into our simulation, and it's not set in any country, but when you walk into it, you could feel like you were in Syria or Afghanistan. There's carpets on the wall, carpets on the floor. And we set this thing up, and Ban Ki-moon and his wife and entourage walked in, and a village leader stood in front and said to him and his entourage, please, you need to leave. The rebels are coming. If you stay here, you're going to die. You must flee, and you must go now. And we had grenades. We threw the sound grenades into the room. There was a massive explosion. The power was cut, and in this darkness, 10 soldiers burst into the room with weapons, with uniforms, with balaclavas, screaming at Ban Ki-moon and his entourage, down, down, down! And Ban Ki-moon just throws himself on the ground. And you know, we'd had 3 security teams check to make sure that the guns wouldn't gun him nor the bombs bomb him. But his bodyguard is with him the whole time because that's his job, right? And so I'm watching his bodyguard stand, and his bodyguard, as this occurs, is holding his gun. His hand is on his weapon. And I was so grateful he didn't remove it, because my soldiers are my IT guy and my maintenance guy, and I need these guys. They're really nice. But then he came back and he said, please, could you run this for many years? And so we had the privilege of Mr. Guterres and many others, kings and queens, billionaires, Mrs. Biden. Hundreds of thousands of people have gone through these programs. But what thrills me is not the number, and it is not, in a way, even the who. It is the fact that I see this world change. I watch companies who do no engagement with these issues suddenly, after these programs, connect and use their core competencies to bring change to this world. The largest supply chains in the world using these activities to help bring change to their entire supply chain. I am watching charities start, people quit their jobs, schools be built for refugees. And why are you and I here at this conference? There's 2 words that have drawn us. One is the word game, and the other is the word change. One is the means, the other is the mission. And for me, what thrills me about this exercise, this time together today, is that this day is about changing this world. That's what's drawn us together. And so I want to say thank you for coming. May we delight in the mechanism of games, but may we never lose sight of the mission, because that is why we are here, and that is what must change. So thank you for coming. And may this conference be amazing, Vince, because the world needs it to be so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And I need to just compose myself a little bit. Um, I hope that has sparked and inspired ideas in you, and use the Post-its, please. Right. So that was our keynote. Next, I need to, sorry. All right, so after this, we are going into our breakouts. So the first round of breakouts will be down, well, all the breakouts will be down in the lower ground floor. So the first one is Societal Advancement Game. If you've signed up for that, that's room 104. The dialogue experience simulation, Silence, will be in room 103. The next one is Play Project, which is a documentary, will be in room 105. So the people joining virtually cannot join us there, but they'll be joining us after lunch. So after these breakouts, feel free to go have your lunch and be back in this room by 1 p.m. Try to be here a little bit early just so we can make sure that we keep to schedule. All right, so feel free to go to the breakout rooms. You can use the stairs if you want. There's also the lifts. And I'll see you back in this room at 1 p.m. Take some Post-its, write some ideas so you can stick them on the wall. All right, see you later.
I recall the past again tonight. It's in the front of my mind. As I fall apart, you begin to cry. The tears are making you blind. The future's far away, but I'll stay. I'll stay. Just take a leap of faith. We'll find a way for you and me. Can't look back and run from what I feel inside. There's no more time to hide. Because I feel again. I feel again. Oh, now
Okay, start.
APAC-Hong Kong conference, and I'm here at the marketplace. Why don't I take you out on a quick tour?
Okay, start.
Hi, we're here at the Games for Change APAC-Hong Kong conference, and I'm here at the marketplace. Why don't I take you out on a quick tour? Hi, this is your booth.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what you're exhibiting today.
Hi, I'm Cyril and I'm from Black Body Lab, and we are a serious game design studio. So each of our projects actually inspired by a social issue. So for example, like with this one, Loop, it is comes from a consumerism problem. So it's about how consumerism can affect our consumption behavior and how the consumption behavior will affect the environment, and how marketing tricks and cognitive biases could like affect our purchasing decision. So in each of our game, and for that one's actually how to inspire like kids during the COVID period, how they could like stay active in their home environment, and they can play the board game and also train themselves and to boost their like strength, and then to keep their like growth good. And then for that one is intravenous. So this is another issue about the animals abuse, especially in the zoo area. So this is a cockatoo and this is a shark, and with fin missing. So each of these animals actually an endangered species, and behind the story is actually showing that how they are affected by the human activities. And throughout this game, we're trying to like use another approach to like give students and also kids another aspects on how the human activities can affect the environment and animal life. So each of our projects actually, as shown, is inspired by one of the social issues, and then we're trying to make these issues less serious and try to make it more fun. And so there's actually one of our mottos: make fun out of problems and make changes out of laughter. So we're Black Body Lab, and 我係黑體設計嘅 Cyril 啦。咁我哋嘅每一隻 game 都係一個由 social issue 所 inspire 嘅一個遊戲嚟嘅。咁我哋有社會主義有消費主義啦，有關於動物保護啦等等嘅一啲議題啦，咁就希望有其他平台可以再見到大家，多謝。
Hi, can you tell us a little bit about this booth?
I'm just holding down the fourth there.
So it's mutagen, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. This is an app created by refugees for refugees. Fantastic. Hi, can you tell us a little bit more about what you're exhibiting today?
Oh yes, definitely. So we're a group of students and we're making a game, and it's a strategic visual novel. So basically how the game goes is like you're working as the owner of a floral fragrance shop, and your job is to mix different fragrances that has the ability to change people's minds and be able to change the character story. And in the game we have different characters as faces like different social issues, like for example like they struggle with like their sexual orientations and how their relationships with their parents are difficult, that kind of issue. And you as the shopkeeper has to help them to solve different issues by mixing the correct fragrances for them. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really interesting. Hi, can can you tell us a little bit about what you're exhibiting today?
Sure. So we are Mood Bloom, and then our target audience are secondary students, especially for Form 3 to Form 4 students. So we want to help them to build a self-care habit through two outputs. One is the app, which will collect some bio data to transfer as our emotion and display in our app. And another thing is the smart window, so that they can always check the plan status in the window.
Okay. This looks like the global goals, the SDGs, gamified. Fantastic. And this booth, I think, is a Press Start booth.
Welcome.
Hi, Keith.
Welcome to the Press Start booth. We are Press Start Academy. We focus on games and teaching and education. We develop programs, we make games, and the whole goal is to teach kids how to learn different skills, practice different attributes and things like that. So first thing off is our young English programs. These are for creative writing programs. Kids choose their character, they go on adventures, they choose their skills and their spells, and they figure out different puzzles and problems. Z-Force is our game for older kids, for teenagers. It's a superhero simulation game set out to teach them about social action. So they go through these games, they find different scenarios, they find different events, and they have the power to help people. They get different backstories, they get different information. How can we help them? What can we do to save them? And the whole process is very reflective, and it allows them to go over, if you were in a position of power, what could you do to make a change? Over here is something we designed with the Hong Kong Design Institute. It is our brainstorming game, Divergence. It allows you to come up with different scenarios to help you design your little character here. You get like head cards, body cards, feature cards. They're very abstract, they're really cool. I love the art. And this allows you to create a client, a character, and then you have to serve them. What can you do to help this person? How can you create a solution for them in the parameters that we've set? And this is a very good game for older and younger to teach them about the whole design thinking and brainstorming process. Over here is something we do showcase a lot of our other projects. We use Midjourney for an art therapy card session, where people look at these cards, again, abstract art, which allows them to reflect on, what does this mean? How do I feel about it? And we have a lot of different projects as well. So.
Hi, this looks interesting. Immutable.
Yes, this is a game that we collaborate and Press Start Academy collaborate with HKU Common Core. So this is one of the students' game. Her name is Audrey, but she cannot be here today, unfortunately. But this is her game on social deduction, as well as navigating power dynamic within the society. So these are the different roles that you will have. While nobody knows what your role is, you can do it through deception in order to achieve the winning condition within the game. So through this whole session, basically the starting point of every role is different, and so it let the players experience how it is to go through the different roles within the society, while everyone has a different starting point, and how it is to be privileged or underprivileged. So it is a very cool game designed by Audrey within our serious gaming course.
Hi, so it looks like you have two games here.
Yeah, hello. And this one is called Circus Rescue. It's about animals they escape from the circus, and then they want to rescue the animals from the boss, which is the circus boss. Then we have to pick the card and then roll the dice. Then there are 3 elements on the cards: color, animals, and emotion. So that we need to pick the card, and then maybe the dice is for the elements, the emotion. Then we need to see if we pick the correct card. Yeah. This one is for autism kids to play.
Sorry, say it again?
Autism kids.
Autism, okay.
This game is for autism. Yeah, you have to draw the card, and if you have the same animal, you need to be the first one to pick the card. Yes, and then you can get all the points.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing.
Hello, I'm Janice from RHK, Owl the Owl, the bird owl. I'm Janice from RHK. What we do is we do environmental education through different ways or creative ways. In gaming, the most importantly is to bring people outdoor so they would learn more about the local wildlife and ecology of Hong Kong. And here today we have bring our homemade board game, the Law of the Forest. Through the game, like 40 minutes of it, kids or even adults, they will know how exactly the local forest, the ecology here, what animals will be encountered, all the ecology concepts that we will meet in our Hong Kong forest. And after playing the game, we'll bring the kids or even adults outdoor to the real environment, into the forest, so they will witness all the animals and enhance the learning about the local environment. And this is our game. Please follow our social media by searching as OWLHK. Thank you.
So this is surviving the art world. Hi, could you tell us about your game?
Hello, I'm Jeff. Creator of this game called Survival the Art Game. We try to use board game to tell people's artists, apart from art making, what skills, what professional they should know, and they can build their own artist career. So they can play with this, find a number by making the dice, and then follow different blocks to get a card, and then read the story, and then find the instructions. So finally, they aim at get many artwork and keep survive by having enough energies. So this is level 1, and when they feel good, they can also try the level 2. That means apart from getting a lot of artwork, they have tried to use different experience to exchange more cards about the exhibition to build their profile of exhibition piece.
That's great. I think very informative for artists to learn all these different elements on how to be successful.
Very educational.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Jeff. So thank you so much for joining me on this quick tour of the marketplace. As you can tell, it's quite quiet. People are at lunch right now, but stay on. We have a great panel ready for you in a few moments. Thank you for joining the conference and this tour of the marketplace. to take their seats and get ready for the next session. All right, quick reminder to the people in the room. We have a posted activity, which we'll be using for the final session, and I hope everyone will make it to that final session. If you can't, then even more, we need your ideas on the board. So I've clustered them, or ideally, please cluster them under learnings, things that really struck you today. Ideas for action. So these are things that you want to do, or are thinking of doing, or have already begun doing. So anything related to action. So we'd like to be able to have visibility and share that with this community and the community that will surely grow over the next years. All right, so learnings, ideas for action, challenges that you think we'll be facing and will need to solve for, and resources. Put yourself out there if you have an organization or you yourself have the expertise, or just tools, resources that you've come across that you think might be helpful for this community. So again, grab a Post-it and make sure you put your ideas there. We'll be using that at the very end. All right. Hang on, let me turn off the music. All right, so the next session is a bit of a mix. It's a few presentations and a panel, but I will leave it to our moderator today, our session leader, Lee Williamson, who's taking a swig of water, from Generation T. Lee, would you like to start us off with our panel?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a real honor and a pleasure to be here today. My name is Lee Williamson. I am the editor of Gen T, which is a platform for young leaders. I'm the president of the FCC in Hong Kong. I'm a runner, a father, a husband, a human being as well. I don't know who else is here, though. Who's with me here today? That will help me know how to pitch these presentations and this discussion. Who here is a student? Could you put your hand up? Okay, some students. Who here are game developers and people working in tabletop or the video game space? Okay, some people. Who here has money? Who's an investor? No one. Okay, see you later. Just kidding, just so we know how the presenters here can pitch their games and their projects and what they're doing. Okay, so we're going to begin with some presentations from three groups of fantastic game developers, and then we'll have a panel later on mobilizing youth for impact. So first off, delighted to introduce Shishi and Shuwan, who are going to introduce their game Environs, which is a world-building game, a prototype built with the game development app Unity. They're going to share briefly a little bit more about their project, how they came up with the concept, what they're doing, and what they hope to do with Environs. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Shishi and Shuwan.
Hi everyone, we are Environs and I'm Cece, this is Shuwen. Next slide please. So focusing on SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, we designed an interactive game that promotes sustainable consumption in our users. The user will start off with their own planet, which they can then develop through doing meaningful actions, such as finishing all their food, saving water, saving energy, etc. There are in-game currency rewards for doing these actions, which can then be used to buy resources to advance the user's world. Achievements will be tracked, and users can also visit their friends' worlds. So here is the storyboard illustrating the player's journey. Basically, the user can see their planet, and when they click on it, they can place different buildings, plants, animals, and other assets on their planet. So we made a prototype for our game using Unity. So this prototype will illustrate the basic functions for our game. So here's like the home scene, and then when you click in, you will see a planet of your own, and it's originally empty. And then by completing meaningful actions such as recycling, reusing, reducing, you can get coins, which is the in-game currency that you can use to buy the different props. And then when you click on the planet, you get a piece of land. And as you can see, you can use the coins to buy stuff in the shop. For example, you can buy a dinosaur. And then you can place the things on the land. And then in the end, you would have like a whole city built. And there will be like different buildings that you can put onto the land. Okay, so some extensions that we plan to add on to our game are customizable backgrounds, achievement booklet for earnable stamps, and mini games which can be unlocked through purchasing different assets. And we will also implement a global news UFO sharing information about current global issues to raise awareness.
So as said before, our game focuses on SDG 12 to encourage responsible consumption. So through the rewarding systems, users are encouraged to take action against our world's sustainability issues. We hope that our game can provide an incentive for our users to be more mindful about their consumption habits and become more aware of their use of our world's limited resources. So these are some of the potentials we hope to achieve with our game. First and foremost, it is to reduce our users' waste and encourage responsible consumption, for example, wasting less food, recycling, taking public transport, etc. Secondly, we also hope to link our game to smart home appliances to track the energy usage and hold the user more responsible. And thirdly, we could make our game VR-friendly to give our users a more immersive experience.
Thank you.
This one also work? It does. Oh, we had two mics. I'm sorry. Before Xixi and Shu Wen, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name earlier. Before they sit down, does anybody have any questions for them or about their game, Environs? If you don't, I will pick on somebody. Gentleman back there.
Sorry. So what's the ultimate goal of the game? Like, is there a number of carbon dioxide we have the player needs to recycle, or the player needs to build a whole city? I mean, what's the ultimate goal of the game?
This is basically an ongoing game. I don't think we mentioned this, but we did want to incorporate like multiplayer activities so that it is more competitive. Like you can see who used the least energy or who wasted the least. And so because our game, it's like an ongoing thing, it's like players will receive daily tasks like, oh, you should take public transport like once or twice in a day, and that gives them coins. So they can continually develop their piece of land because we want our impact to be like more than just one playthrough.
I see. Thank
you. So she had the game idea. I'm not gonna take credit for that. I mean, we joined this kind of service because we wanted to create a game that we could play, and our target audience is actually for
our original target audience was for younger children. So we chose this game because we thought that this could be a good way for young children to actually increase their awareness of our world's problems and also help make an impact.
Okay. All right. One final question. From just over there.
More than one SDG, and also any elements of collaboration between the players instead of being competitive, because the essence of SDG is really for everyone to work together. But just to address that, my little one here that says she would want to play the game. So oh, no? Okay. No, not, yeah. So maybe you have to change the interface to Chinese, then she'll play. Okay, thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And thank you so much, Cici and Shu Wen, for presenting this incredible game, being such great sports when I sprung questions on you at the last minute. Let's join us in a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I asked who was an investor, I asked who is a student, I asked who is a game developer. I didn't ask who doesn't fit into either of those three neat little buckets. Who, raise your hand, isn't in one of those three categories? Ooh, great. I'm going to pick on you throughout. Let's start with the gentleman over here. Let's get a bit of interaction going. What do you do, sir? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Robotics and STEM. The lady over here. Professor of Law. Okay. Who else put their hand up? This gentleman here. What do you do? Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Okay, we're starting to know our audience a little bit better. Hopefully that will help you to pitch your pitches to the people that you're speaking to. So next up, I'm delighted to introduce Richard, Desmond, and Claudia. They have a game which is a homeless simulator. The idea is to create an empathetic link between the player and the plight of homeless people worldwide. As a communicator, I applaud the strength and the impact of their very provocative name of their game. It's called Starve. To talk a little bit about Starve, the three pitchers, please welcome with me Richard, Desmond, and Claudia.
Hello, everyone. We're Starve. I'm Richard. I'm Desmond.
And I'm Claudia.
Okay, so a little about the inspiration of our game. Our game is based on SDGs 1 and 2, no poverty and zero hunger. Growing up in Hong Kong, we see a lot of homeless people on the streets, and it makes us feel almost this responsibility, this kind of like guilt to help them, because coming from a more, I guess, privileged background and them being underprivileged, they didn't choose this and we didn't choose this. We couldn't choose where we were born, so we feel this sense of like responsibility for them and we want to help. So we kind of sat down and we thought, how can we help solve this problem?
To an extension to our research, during our INSO projects in school, we have visited Qingyi and Shamshui-Po, in which we have interviewed and asked multiple homeless people around markets about how they became homeless and how do they feel about it. Well, from what we gathered, most of what we interviewed, who we interviewed, were only temporarily homeless. They were only homeless for like a couple weeks, some months, and only a very small amount were chronically homeless, they were homeless for 2 to 3 years, and they've been living off the streets in Shamshui-Po. And our solution to this is a homeless survival game set around the bustling cityscape and focusing around the homeless population. Here's a small concept trailer focused around the gameplay and the limitations of the Unity engine that we have used in the 2 weeks that we've been working on this game.
if you want a better idea of what the city might look like, you can look behind you of the beautiful city of Hong Kong. That's kind of what the city would look like in our game.
I'm going to briefly narrate how the trailer works out, because this is going to incorporate very little about the story that we're going to include in our game, and it's only like on the working gameplay that we've been trying to code. So basically our game will surround you being a homeless person, and to put the survival into our game, we're going to incorporate some more fictional aspects of being a homeless person, such as dumpster diving and like finding different resources that you need to survive. And which will also be including some popular mechanics in a lot of survival games, such as crafting. You'll be able to make and construct your own items and parts that you'll be able to, let's say, make vehicles or like gather more resources with.
Although you might think that it's kind of unrealistic for a homeless person to own a car, actually a lot of people are homeless, but they do have like a vehicle and they live on parking lots in their car, which is actually makes up quite a big percentage, I think, of homeless people. Okay, now I want to talk a bit about the structure of our game. So it's going to be an open world and story-based game, kind of like GTA or Genshin Impact, Zelda, these games. A big part of our game, though, is we want to try to incorporate real-life stories into the campaign. I'm sure many of you have heard about the 90-year-old hawker from a few months ago, the story about how her food truck was taken away by the police, and she was in distraught. We could incorporate real-life stories like that. For example, the player could play, for one of the storylines, have all their things taken away by a cop, and then they'd have to experience what it's like to really just have nothing. Like, yeah. And another inspiration from where our game came from is this game called Rain World. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. The developers of that game, when creating that game, didn't want to create the main character of the game as the main character. They wanted the player to just play as a character that's within an ecosystem, a much larger ecosystem that the game is built around. And so the player doesn't feel important, they actually feel small, and that's what we want to incorporate into our game. We want the player to feel really as a homeless person. There's nothing special about them. They're just trying to survive in this bigger ecosystem. And that means there's going to be a lot of advanced NPC AI.
So as the main designer of the game, I am in charge of working on most of the assets and the map of our trailer and our quick prototype. And so the main part of the game is going to be set around the suburban neighborhoods of the city, on the poorest part of the city, and most of the buildings are going to be run down, and there's going to be trash-filled alleyways, and the players are tasked to survive, complete missions, and progress through the storyline whilst completing puzzles that are intentionally going to be harder to encourage them to think more critically.
I can look every single one of you in the eyes right now and tell you that there's 2% of the world that are homeless. That's 154 million people. But I also know that every single one of you can say that you understand that, but do you really? As humans, we aren't meant to understand numbers like that. However, what we do understand are experiences. That's what our brain can empathize with. A true experience that we ourselves are immersed in. That is what can truly change our mind. Whether we like it or not,
What is shaping the current society? New media and pop culture. That is what's shaping social change. If something as simple as a tweet by a celebrity can change how millions of people view the world and view issues, why can't we with a complex game, with a built-in experience that you yourself can be truly immersed in, so that you can understand what people in this world are experiencing every day? I know that this sounds like a really cliche and recycled idea that we've heard tons and hundreds of times. Wow, media trying to change our minds, right? Who wants to be brainwashed? But it does have logic to it. This can change your mind. If someone plays this game, if only one person can play this game and for the next day perhaps decide to give $2 to a homeless person on the street, that's change. And if 100 people do, that's $200. If 1 million people do, that's $2 million. We just want you to understand how important empathy and experience is. So instead of presenting numbers and all these big ideas, we've just given you the simple logic of a game that presents empathy. Thank you.
I want to end this is not planned, but I want to end this presentation with a quote that I heard this morning. It's not the awareness that counts, it's the empathy. Just being aware is not enough. You have to actually care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goals are really laudable. One of my concerns in doing work like this, which draws attention to the plight of those who have less than, is that sometimes people go away feeling guilty, and I noticed that that was a word that you had on your slides, or people go away feeling really helpless. And sometimes people are traumatized by what they experience, even if it's sort of simulated experiences. So the question I have is, given how sensitive young people are, what are some of the ways in which you might have thought about how do you debrief the gamer at the end of their experience? Is there a way to help channel some of the frustration, the emotions, in a way that they don't come away feeling really down? Thanks.
So our game works kind of in an unlocking system, so we won't pile on all of the gameplay, all of the realistic simulation on them at once. They have to go through kind of like a like training wheels kind of. So it eases them in, and then towards the end of the game, we haven't thought of this much, but we will probably work with NGOs, local NGOs, and provide sources to like homeless shelters where they can help donate, or just give them a message of, you know, if you see a homeless person on the street, take the time to really notice them and maybe help out. Give, like Claudia said, give them $2. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for your sharing. I agree that empathy and experiences are the way to go. So just in light with, so poverty, homelessness, it's a huge problem, and you're sharing experiences. So my question is, when it comes to choosing a homeless experience, who are you mapping? Because homelessness have, different people have different experiences of how they enact homelessness, and what you're doing as game designers is you're telling the world, hey, this is what homelessness feels like. But at the same time, it's like you're putting a box. This is just homelessness. Then how do you approach the topic of making sure you actually capture, like, you know, the true meaning of homelessness? Because this is what, like what you do will be shared. Imagine your game is popular, everyone plays it. Then it becomes this idea, this is homelessness. But then as game designers, you have to make sure that this really captures that. So how would you manage that?
So, of course, this is a really sensitive topic, so we won't approach this lightly. As Desmond has said, we have gone on school trips where we interviewed homeless people, but also we will work with homeless shelters, and we will do more research and like really just try to talk to the homeless. We will talk to them, and like, I'd like to think we're not necessarily the game designers, they are. I want them to design the game so that they can bring their experience out, so that they are bringing together this collective stereotype, but a true one to what homelessness is.
To put it simply, we're not the game designers. We're simply putting their story into a platform that can be shared across well, the entire world.
Actually, it's not a question, it's a recommendation. We have a local NGO called Impact Hong Kong. You know them? The founder is a good friend of mine. So go on a kindness walk, have a true experience, and then hopefully you can embody that into the game to let more people know the actual homeless. They call it people experiencing homelessness. It's not just people, homeless people, because it's just experience. They can change. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Calvin.
Gratitude for the staff team. I believe all three of our presenters, Richard, Desmond, and Claudia, are also going to present a second game called Urbania from a group who weren't able to be here to present themselves. So I'll hand back over to our dynamic trio to present Urbania.
All right, so Urbania is made by a team of four guys in our grade. There are Ivan, Jordan, Jonathan, and Mickey. But today, unfortunately, they're not here. So we're going to play their video that they sent us to briefly introduce their game idea and
try to answer whatever questions you have. Yeah.
To the best of our abilities.
We're here to pitch our game concept, Urbania. We're going to first introduce the team, our game, then our anticipated roadmap.
I'm Jordan, and I was interested in creating this project as I was lucky enough to find a group of classmates with similar visions to make a positive impact on the world through a game.
Hi, I'm Ivan, and I was motivated to join this project because I was able to turn a passion of game making into one where I could enable change in both myself and others.
Hi, I'm Mickey, and I joined this project as I personally am interested in knowing more about the process of creating a game and starting a gamified company.
Hi, I'm Jonathan. Having been interested in CS and humanities for a while, I wanted to extend and explore my abilities in each respective subject. I'm eager to expand and develop my skills further to explore how something as trivial as games could make a large positive impact on the world.
Our team is dedicated to making a positive impact on the world community through the development of games for change. With our latest project, Urbania, we set out to refresh the classic genre of city-building games by incorporating elements of sustainability by introducing players to sustainable development goals.
Additionally, we have incorporated play-to-earn elements, providing users with increased incentives to engage with the game. As a passionate group of students, we are committed to leveraging the power of gaming for a social good, and we believe that Urbania is just the beginning of what is possible. We hope that Urbania will inspire players to make a positive impact on the world, one virtual city at a time.
The inspiration for our game was SimCity. SimCity is an existing game that requires the player to purchase buildings and land to build their own city, in order to simulate life as the controller of a city, modifying it to suit their own needs and imagination. We plan to utilize the Sustainable Development Goals 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12 to create our own version of SimCity that will be sustainable and customizable, with all the same aspects in gameplay as the original game itself.
From this concept, we created our own concept, Urbania, which puts a sustainable spin on the classic game, whilst incorporating play-to-earn elements. We also aim to take inspiration from Eco and Monopoly Go Green. These two games aim to promote sustainability and eco-friendliness to its players, whereas SimCity is based more on a user creating their own city. Our game Urbania aims to put these concepts together into our own sustainable city-building game.
Now here's our plan for 2023, where we aim to develop our Blender and Unity skills and perhaps start our prototypes.
As for 2024, we aim to continue creating and ideally have a rough release ready for playtesting and feedback.
Thank you for listening. Feel free to direct any questions to these contacts.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. We're here to pitch our game concept.
We're now going to have a short panel discussion on these 3 chairs. I don't think I've sat in one of these since I was in high school myself. They're kind of triggering me a little bit, but I will do my best. Okay, so the first person who's going to speak on this panel, which will cover mobilizing youth for impact, is Shinny Liu over here. Shinny is a second-year Hong Kong U Mid student and also the founder of ILEM, a gamified language learning app for refugees. Please welcome Shinny. And our second panelist is Alicia Tang, a graduating senior from CIS and the founder of Play Project, a documentary project on the importance of play spaces and playgrounds for children in Hong Kong. Please join me in welcoming Alicia. Hi, welcome to both of you. First off, let's start with the obvious. Can you explain a little bit more about these projects, Shinny?
Hello. Can you? Hello. So yeah, my name is Shinny, and I'm a university student in the University of Hong Kong. And my project is called ILEM. In Arabic, it means knowledge, and it actually means family in Turkish, which was actually a coincidence. And our goal is to provide language education for refugees and asylum seekers.
Hi everyone, my name is Alicia. Over 2 years ago, I created a 40-minute documentary exploring the lack of playtime and space in Hong Kong.
And how did you come up with the idea for these projects? Alicia, do you want to? Okay. It might be a bit tricky with one mic.
So for me, it really started when I went to Hangzhou to study abroad. For a year for our school program, in year 10, we head to Hangzhou. And there I serviced a school that had a patch of a field where the kids went out to play in during recess time. However, in this field, there were loose parts to play on. The downfall of this being the kids always got injured and the school was understaffed and didn't have enough resources to kind of mend their injuries in a way. And then flash forward to coming back to Hong Kong, I realized that, the playgrounds in Hong Kong were the total opposite of that, and that they really took on this cookie cutterization. They're all beginning to look the same. And so this documentary is really a pursuit for the middle ground.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, apologies for that. Shinny, how about yourself? How did this issue come to be one that sparked you to create a solution for it?
So I started this in my final year in high school in the UWC Atlantic College in the UK. And there's a big refugee population. So out of random, I was assigned to teach English to refugees. And it was my favorite activity to access the classes. So I thought of looking maybe for a technological angle with this solution. And also really inspired by my co-founder, which he's not here because he's in the US, but he's an Afghan refugee living in Belgium. And he told me the story about how he learned French through reading a dictionary and memorized phrases. And I thought that was horrible. And there must be a more efficient and more user-centric solution. So that's how we came up with the idea.
Alicia, can you hear me okay? Yeah? Alicia, why do you believe that these spaces to play are so important to a child's development?
Yeah, I think as I grew up, kind of the playground was a space for risk-taking, for adventure, for experiment, for imaginative play. So I think a lot of what I learned actually came from the playgrounds and making friends on the playgrounds. However, recently, obviously with COVID, but also I think just as we have progressed, there have been a lot of restrictions on playgrounds that have limited this type of adventure. For example, I think slides have to be, at most 2 meters tall. And so there are a lot of restrictions.
No fun.
No fun at all. There are a lot of restrictions such as no screaming on the playground, no running on the playground. At my own housing estate, there's a sign saying you can't bring a ball to the playground.
Playing on the playground, basically.
Exactly. So obviously, inevitably, it would limit, what you can do on the playground, which is supposed to be kind of a breeding ground for creativity for kids.
Do kids get enough opportunity, in your humble opinion, to play in playgrounds, or do Hong Kong schools issue too much homework?
I think alongside, the physical cookie cutterization of playgrounds, there definitely is a cookie cutterization in our mindset towards play, right? I think especially in Chinese culture, in Hong Kong culture especially, parents believe, okay, no, you must study first, no playing. So we often see kids, I think in our documentary there's a kid who had all her days filled up with tutoring or activities. And so, yeah, there definitely isn't enough time to play as well as enough space to play.
So, Shinny, you said that immediately you were looking for a technological solution, to use your words. Why did you go towards play, towards gamification as a means to address this project? Why was that for you? That's where the answer lay.
I think we really wanted to find a way to make the learning language experience more enjoyable, like compared to memorizing a dictionary or using a textbook. There's so many apps out there that teach in different ways, and we wanted to find a gamification that is more relevant to refugees and asylum seekers. So, for example, we all know Duolingo, and I use example a lot. And a lot of people ask me, why don't you just use Duolingo? I tried Duolingo, and I think it's really good for the public and the general person, but sometimes you don't learn some phrases or situations that are more useful for refugees. I always use the example of maybe I took French and you learn I want to buy a bottle of wine, but for a refugee that's not very useful. It's a luxury good, and we need to be mindful about their situations. So the way we teach is through stories, and stories following a refugee boy, Omar. So we wanted to make the gamification, of course, more enjoyable to learn a language, but also relevant to what situations that they'll be in.
I want to ask you both a couple of questions about the process of developing your project. Shinny, in the case of your app, and Alicia, in the case of your documentary. So, Shinny, what was the process of designing and developing a learning-focused game like from day one to where you are today?
It was a very ambitious idea. I look back, making a language app is actually a lot more work than we expected. We thought one summer, boom, it'll be finished. And 2 years later, I'm still working on it in university. But it's been a journey, of course, like with any project. The first idea is definitely not the final idea. Like I wish I can show you some earlier like prototypes we made, but it's really ugly. It's like there's like white background or black text, and that's all you have. And slowly we're trying to look for inspiration. I met Vince, and we even had talked about how we can add theme or like gamification. So we had the space idea. So I think really just have an open mind, and we need to know, we get frustrated along the way, like, oh, this is so bad. But I think looking back, it was a lot of trial and error, and not be so like fixed on one idea and one solution, and really explore other possibilities.
I don't know if you know this quote from Reid Hoffman, who's the founder of LinkedIn. I think it's fantastic. It's beautiful. I put it up on a whiteboard at work for many, many months. He said, if you're not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you waited too long. I love that. So it's fantastic to see you embody that as well. Alicia, how did you go about researching and gathering information for your filming? And were there any surprising findings that you found during your research?
Yeah, so in the initial stages, what we did was we talked to a lot of professionals who were actually featured in the film. So we actually started with recording interviews with the professionals as research, and kind of the research process was really cutting down these videos and trimming down, the gems of what they said. And so that was the main research process. Another one was, visiting the different playgrounds in Hong Kong. Obviously, the ones that unfortunately undergone cookie cutterization, but also the more interesting ones, such as we went to a half playground where half the playground was already built, but the second half was open to the child's interpretation. And so throughout this, we saw different models of playgrounds, which was very eye-opening for the team.
Okay. So I think one of the things we've seen in this session so far already is just how valuable feedback can be, right? To our three pitching teams, as well as some questions, our audience volunteered some feedback, which I thought was really fantastic to see. That's how we get stronger, right? We iterate. So talk to me a little bit about how that has helped your process. Shinny, like what feedback have you gotten which has really helped you to move to the next level and to enhance your app?
So what really sets us apart is our our ethos, which is created by refugees for refugees. So I'm not a refugee, but the created by is actually all the feedback we get from the refugee community. You know, it started off with just family, family of my co-founder and his friends, and it soon is just refugees around the world, and they just try out the app, they spare some time, and then they give us feedback. We do a lot of events in person, like in Malawi, in Belgium, in the UK, and we just meet together, we use the app, and they just give us feedback on the spot. And at the same time, we just have a good time together with the community. So refugees has been, integral to making sure that we're just stay on track. We make a product that's useful and relevant to their lives, because we don't want to waste our time making something not useful, because it's not useful for them, and it's kind of we could be spending our time doing more impactful work. So making time to just test it out with the refugees is important. A lot of the feedback is just quite straightforward. Like, I wish I have an option to log in with phone, because email is quite difficult for them. Or I wish there was a guest login, or maybe their Wi-Fi situation is not as strong, so something more compatible to their connectivity. So these are just some, nitty gritty. But the one that really touched me, I think it was just right in the middle. I was going with a slump, working on the app and the team, and we just needed a boost. And I remember one of the refugees we work with a lot just said, "We're just so touched that you made something for us." And I think that just reminded us, oh, yes, we need to keep going with making something, for the refugees. So I really appreciated all their feedback.
Alicia, how have your teachers, your fellow students, and the community reacted to your documentary, and have you received any feedback that either has helped you on this project or has been surprising?
Yeah, similar to Jenny, our documentary went through many renditions, and we also thought we would finish it within one summer. Obviously, that wasn't the case. And so, yeah, we did a lot of screenings in school with teachers and students, and the first rendition of the documentary was around 45 minutes long, and so the first piece of feedback was really to trim it. So it's more concise, and I think so it can sustain the audience for the amount of time that it does. And so that was kind of the first piece of feedback we that came on board. And then the latter from teachers and students would also be really nitty-gritty and technical things, right? Like, oh, this cut looks kind of awkward, or the messaging of because our documentary is split into day 1, day 2, day 3. The messaging of day 2 isn't strong enough, so how do we really push it, or how do we make something more visually appealing for the audience?
So, Shini, how do you assess the success of your game in promoting learning of a language among refugees? Are there specific metrics that you track?
We don't have any a lot of new metrics. We of course have amount of active users to just track that people come back. We can see how many stories they've read, which is the amount of chapters they've done. We can see how many questions they have done. But a big part that's the quantitative side. But on the qualitative, we have these refugee coordinators, kind of our eyes and ears in each kind of refugee camp that we work with. And they share about the app, of course, with their community, but they feedback a lot of suggestions back to us and say oh, this feature has been really effective, and blah, blah, blah. And then we can also do interviews with the youths as well, who are doing using the app as well. So I think the good thing about using an app compared to textbook is that we can track their progress, but not in such a boring assessment way that maybe traditional education is like. And the tracking and the user retention, we can use that to come back and improve the app as well.
Alicia, 2 questions in one. Of all the interviews that you conducted, what's the one that you feel like has been most impactful and stayed with you the longest? And then secondly, based on these interviews, based on this feedback that you have gotten from your interview subjects, what do you hope your documentary to ultimately achieve?
Yeah, so to answer the first question, I think it's definitely a really hard question because I loved all the interviews so much. I think it definitely has to be Kathy, who happens to be the director of Playwright. She really encouraged us to the audience of the documentary to look at Hong Kong through a child's perspective, and she also encouraged the notion of a more playful city, because I think we come to realize that our city, as beautiful as it is doesn't really encourage that type of risk taking and that experiment. And so I think she touched upon a larger theme there of, our entire city becoming more open to risk taking and more open to experiment and adventure. To touch upon your second question about, what I took away most, I guess, or what I want people to take away most from the documentary.
What impact do you hope that the documentary will achieve? Is it change at the government level? Is it change in our perspectives? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's twofold, right? I think first of all, obviously raising awareness. I think that is the short-term impact that it can have, right? The more people see the documentary, the more probably thinking they can start thinking about, how do we make our city more playful? Or even maybe I should bring my child, who has maybe like 6 tutoring sessions next week, to a playground. I think that's the short-term change. However, we do hope to work, further with the EDB next year to look at, how do we create long-term change in terms of playgrounds? Perhaps that's starting projects that are spearheaded by children, perhaps like a design team of children that are able to design playgrounds. Because currently there are children voices involved in the process. However, it's still quite surface level. For example, it's like a survey sent out to children asking them what they want to see in the playground. However, that is quite shallow, so we hope to have deeper, children involved on a deeper level.
So I want to ask you both about what you've learned on your experiences and how what advice you would give to others who are at the very beginning of maybe the same journey that you're on now. People a few years younger who want to develop an app to help people learn, or want to develop a movie to really share an important perspective. What advice would you give them? So first off, Shini, what advice would you give young app developers who want to use play, who want to use gamification to make a social impact? What would you tell them? What do you wish that you'd known at the beginning of your journey?
There's so many. Well, I'm not the actual coder of the app, my co-founders, so I can speak more about maybe in general starting projects, SDG projects. I think, of course, the most cliche one is don't give up, because when actually I have a kind of a small story. When I came up with the project, it was around the time where the school offered kind of a grant pitching competition. So there was around maybe 5 or 6 projects that won the grant and got a sum of money to start. So that's kind of where we were able to start in high school. So in this competition, I remember all 6 of those projects. And I only remember maybe one and maybe another one that still continues. And they're all really good projects. They're maybe building schools in South America, or they wanted to, solve food waste. And I think they all deserve to win. But I don't think my project is any better than their project, because they're all, equally maybe ambitious or realistic and impactful. But I think the only difference between maybe my project and other projects that we just stuck to the end. No matter how hard, no matter how demanding school is in university, it's just about being consistent, working on it every day, and being really close to the people who are you're helping. Expose yourself to these people. Always keep talking. A lot of my friends now are just refugees that I met through this journey, and they inspire me every day to keep working on it, and that kind of kept me going. And just I think being consistent and not giving up, because I'm sure everyone, all the projects here that are being showcased from students, they're all really impactful, and they deserve to be in the spotlight. But you're not gonna get there if you stop halfway. So I think that's probably a lesson I learned.
Fantastic advice. 50% of the battle is just showing up. And finally, on your side, what do you wish you'd known at the beginning, and what advice would you give to young filmmakers just starting out?
Well, the first thing is it would take more than a summer, right? A lot of strenuous nights, but something I think really carried us through the project, and this is kind of the advice I'd give, is to kind of stay curious and stay hungry for answers, because although the documentary seems to deliver you this theme, this message, creating this documentary was really a learning process for us, right? Editing all the clips, going through all the clips, we were learning new things as we were going. It was kind of like putting a jigsaw puzzle together. And so I think our curiosity and wanting to know more and wanting to dig deeper into it is really what carried us through beyond that one summer and into a 2-year project. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we're running out of time, but I do want to open things up to the floor if anybody has any questions for our 2 panelists. Please don't be shy, raise your hands. I feel like a teacher at the beginning at the front of a lecture theatre, so I will pick on people. There we go.
Yeah, that's definitely one, like, we really want to expand to Hong Kong. So I started this project when I was in boarding school in the UK. So that's why a lot of what we help is just refugees in Europe and a lot of my team. So we started with 2 people, but now we have around like 30, 40 volunteers that are like mixed refugees, mixed students. And so we mainly focused in Europe, teaching English and French. And a lot of language are like Ukrainian, Arabic, Pashto, Swahili. So I really want to expand to more languages and more relevant to the situation in Hong Kong. So anyone who's good at Cantonese, not me, like perhaps maybe having a Cantonese version is a next step.
Excellent. More questions? Don't be shy. If you don't have one, use ChatGPT on your phone. That's how I came up with half of these. Just kidding. Okay, so I'll take the moderator's prerogative and ask one final question. We live in a TikTok generation. Well, not in Hong Kong because it's blocked, but an Instagram Reels generation doesn't have quite the same vibe. So, in 10 seconds or less, like if we remember one thing from this panel in a week, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, what do you want it to be? What's your one key message that you want our audience today to take away? It's a difficult question, I know. Ginny. Okay, Alicia.
It's harder than my exam.
I think I would say to, no matter what age you are, to stay hungry for answers and stay curious. I think both of us are foolishly ambitious in a way, right? We thought we could finish it within one summer. But I think because of this foolish ambition, we were able to really carry out our projects. So yeah.
Cool. Be foolishly ambitious. 1 second.
I'll go back to maybe the lesson, like just don't give up. Half the battle is just showing up. Yeah.
Be foolishly ambitious. Show up every day. 2 fantastic lessons for all of us to take away from this discussion. The games that I saw in the exhibition downstairs, 2 words kept coming up. Social mobility and empathy. And we've seen that here today with the 2 fantastic, inspiring stories we've heard. We've heard it with the 3 incredible pitches as well. Social mobility, empathy. If we all remember those 2 things and take them away into what we are all doing here in the audience, we'll build a better world for sure. I'd like to thank Games for Change Impact APAC Hong Kong for having me and also for hosting this fantastic panel. Thank you so much to our 2 panelists and our 3 pitchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so Alicia's documentary play project was one of the breakout session screenings. So if you're interested in having a screening yourself or just getting in touch with her, please feel free to reach out. Shini has a booth at the marketplace downstairs, so please visit to know more about her project. All right, so now the next part of our agenda, we are caught up. So if you can take the next 8 minutes to go find your next breakout room, please do that. There are 2 sessions happening one after the other, unless you're doing the crossroads simulation, which will run for 2 hours. So do a quick bathroom break if you need, go there, and then please come back to this room for the closing part of this session. So that will be at 4:15. So please, I'll see you then. Make sure to put your Post-its on the wall so that we can have a read. Thank you.
Very nice to meet you all.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much,
for being
Lee.
here.
Take care.
Great
Pleasure seeing you.
session, by the
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks, man.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Yeah, real pleasure. Such a great audience, great crowd you have here. Really
Great energy
fantastic
as well.
speakers, great energy. Exactly. So everything. Yeah, there's good vibes in the room.
Downstairs?
Do yours after you already.
It is going to go well. But yeah, you can use do have to remember all of them.
Yes, yes. Talk about what it is and then your experience today.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, so my name is Shini, and I'm the co-founder of ILIVE. ILIVE is a refugee app that teaches language education for refugees and asylum seekers. And today I was incredibly honored to be able to share my experiences and about the mission, the work for refugees today at the event today. So I'm really honored that people showed up and wanted to hear about what I have to say today. Um, I believe one important thing that to give to people a message is to not give up when you're creating your project, find your passion, and that half the battle is just to keep trying and keep going. So I hope that I'm able to inspire other young people who want to start their own projects to just keep going and remember the people that you're helping. If you are interested in our app, you can follow us on Instagram and Facebook at ILEMApp, AILEMAPP. ILEMApp to learn more about what we do. And we also have a website, ilearnaplaunch.com. So feel free to check out our work there. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
One take one.
Oh, it's cool.
Should I go downstairs? Is there anything left?
You can check out the breakouts if you want, or hang out in the marketplace, whatever you want. Yeah.
I'll probably go into the market.
Oh yeah, sure. See ya. See ya. Good luck.
Hi. How are you doing?
I can even market people to. Right. All right. We're pointing this here, or are we?
Yeah.
Is that good? I'll bring one back. Color doesn't matter, right? Nice.
Give you a variety so it looks.
Yeah. Halfway done.
Yeah. I'm gonna nap.
Isn't you guys then? Yeah. Well, technically, it's over halfway done.
Wait,
We're gonna
wait.
Yeah, that's what I said actually. We're gonna get some food. Yes.
Would you like to come with us?
No, I brought the food for you guys lunch.
4 poses each at max. Yeah, whatever they feel like. Thank you. Okay. By the way, just heads up. Sarah, Sarah Moy, which is the speaker, got 2 dogs. Just a heads up for 2 days overload at the same time. I'm just going to monitor to make sure the dogs are fine. Here. Don't tell the HKU people. Okay. No worries. I'm thinking of asking the marketplace people to wrap up their marketplace after that thing and come up here for the closing. Is that good? At 4, because it should be exactly the time that I think the closing of this thing starts, right? Is it? Yeah, exactly. So they wrap up at by 4, and I will ask them maybe if you want to join. Okay. Thanks.
an honor to kick off the very first Games for Change event in Hong Kong. Thank you to Vince Sui and the Press Start Academy for bringing us all together, and the Common Core Office of the University of Hong Kong for supporting this event and for providing this venue. And thanks to you all for joining us here today. For those of you who are new to this community, I would like to say a few words about the history of Games for Change, where we are and where we're going. For nearly 20 years, Games for Change has supported a global community of creators and innovators who are using games and immersive media to help people learn, improve their communities, and to make the world a better place. G4C was founded in 2004 with a small gathering of game designers, researchers, and academics in the basement of the Academy of Sciences building in New York City. Our vision today is the same as it was back then. We want to see a world where games are widely understood to have a purpose beyond entertainment and are used to power new approaches to social impact and to drive real-world change. While the Games for Change community originated in New York City, today this is the largest global community for people who want to use games and immersive media to change the world. We've seen more than 120 different countries attend G4C events over the last few years. We also have a growing group of G4C chapters in Europe, Latin America, Africa, and of course, Asia Pacific. You'll hear from Dale Linegar, the lead organizer of the G4C chapter in Asia Pacific, in just a moment. Every year, the community comes together in July for our flagship event, the Games for Change Festival in New York City. The festival is a launch pad for world-changing ideas, connecting people across industries and sectors to explore new possibilities at the intersection of games, immersive media, and social impact. This summer, we'll host the 20th annual Games for Change Festival. We're marking this occasion with the first ever Games and UN Sustainable Development Goals Summer, held at the United Nations, as well as the Next Gen Summit for youth aged 13 to 17. We're excited to have Vince and Press Start joining us at the festival to run a workshop on games and learning. In addition to the G4C Festival, Games for Change runs year-round programs, whether it's hosting social impact game jams for international developers, inspiring the next generation of youth game design leaders through our G4C Learn education programs, or facilitating workshops for educators on games and learning. We are always working to expand our capacity to bring games for impact around the world. As the community grows, we're seeing more opportunities for collaboration between the games industry, education and government, healthcare, and even other sectors, and more innovative projects that expand our understanding of what's possible when we use games and immersive media for real-world impact. Now, more than ever, we're seeing the urgency of this collaboration as the challenges we face are increasingly too big, complex, and interconnected for any one group to solve alone. But we've seen the power of this community come together and drive meaningful change. We've seen that power firsthand at G4C through the growth of this community and with more members around the globe, more groundbreaking projects and innovations and initiatives to celebrate, and more ways to get involved. I hope you leave this event excited about new ideas for projects and new collaborations inspired by the potential of games to change the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Susanna. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first Games for Change Asia Pacific event to be held in Hong Kong. My name's Dale Liniger, and I'm the Managing Director of Games for Change Asia Pacific. I'm based in Melbourne, Australia. Now, this is an event I've really been looking forward to because for the past few years, I've had the pleasure of working with Vince and the team at Press Start Academy, and they've never failed to surprise and inspire me. I'm delighted to welcome you to the first of many wonderful events we have happening this year. We are working with universities, non-profit organisations, museums and governments throughout the region to share what we all know, and that is that games can change the world. Our mission is to foster the development and use of games that make the world a better place, and that takes real grassroots support. So I'd like to thank everybody involved in this event for putting their beliefs into action, including our gracious hosts, the Common Core Office of the University of Hong Kong, the team at Press Start Academy, and the team of volunteers that have worked so hard to make this event a possibility. The quality of the work being done in Hong Kong is second to none worldwide, and I look forward to learning new ideas, forging new connections, and together using games to make the world a better place. Thank you all for being part of the inaugural Games for Change Asia Pacific Hong Kong.
They should be ending in like 2 minutes. Oh shit, already? Yes. Yeah. The second one? Yes.
The second one ends at 3 technically, but they kind of delayed so.
Yeah. Okay, these are actually the green ones are for so yeah. Oh wait. Okay, we're gonna put that. Instead of where's the blue? Okay, I'm gonna put all the green ones here. We do the space support.
Are those all like first roll?
Yeah, no. It's not.
Hello.
closing session. Yeah, so third session will be lower ground as well, not here.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Tina here. We are running a little bit late, so thank you for making your way back into the room now. So if you can all take your seats. If you're seated a little bit in the back, I encourage you to move a little bit forward and maybe to this side of the room, just because we will be using the whiteboard a little bit more, and also just to make sure we're all close to each other. So again, I invite the people sitting on this side of the room to please move over here. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Meg. All right, so we'll start at past. We're just waiting for the breakout rooms that have overrun to wrap up and come up and join us in this main room. Does everyone have their trading card? If you do not, I have some extra ones here. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you so much. All right, there are some pencils here as well, some pens if you need them. You can come up to the front. We'll just set up. Thank you. So the next session will be a little bit more interactive. I hope you're ready to share what you've learned from today. Yes, actually, since we're here, we have the time. The first box, the main box, is a drawing of yourself and all your superpowers. So this is a trading card. Think of it like a Pokemon card of you. So write your name, write your contact, whether it's an email or a number or a tag on social media. Then think about what is it that constitutes as your superpower? What is something that you can contribute to this movement? The second one is special attack, I believe, which is basically a dream that you want to have, to achieve, right? The last one is evolution. What will it take for you to reach that next step, whether as an individual or as an organization? So is it as a person, do you need more knowledge? Do you need more training on something? Are there skills that you want to build to become your second stage evolution? Or as an organization, what is it that you need? If you don't want to draw, you don't have to. But I know there are some creatives here. If you feel like doing that, feel free.
And just to add to that, when you're thinking about evolution, today is a day of making connections, right, to people that can help make stuff happen. So think about in that one to say, like, I'm brilliant on concept game design for good. I feel really have an idea, but I need coding expertise, right? Or I want to be able to expand on an idea I already have. Who can help me move this idea into the next chapter? Is it about investment? Is it about awareness? And let's see if in this room we can find someone to help you right now So that's what this whole day has been about, right? Games for change. So let's think about how we can bring action into the room. So just think about it. Put your hand up based on somebody or some skill set that you need, and let's see if we can help each other move things forward right now.
Welcome. Please join. If you'd like to stay on this side of the room as much as possible, so it's easier to speak to each other, easier to see the board. If you have your card from downstairs, we're filling it out right now while we're waiting for folks to join us. Hello, everyone. Please join us. We are starting the closing session. Please join us. Hi, everyone. So we got started without you. We're just filling out the cards. If you don't have the trading card, and please do sit on this side of the room. Fill out the trading card, the big boxes to draw yourself if you feel like drawing, or just any sort of representation of who you are or the special power that you have. All right, does everyone have a card, writing implement to fill it out? Okay, in the absence of any response, I'll assume you're all okay. All right. So, if you could take a pause, and if I could bring everyone's attention to this part of the room. Hello, everyone. Just waiting for the heads to lift up and look here. All right, so we'll give you more time to fill that out later. Just think about what you're going to write later on. But hello again, my name is Tina Arcilia. I'm a volunteer at Press Start Academy, and joining me today is Susie.
Hi, I'm Susie Hunt. I work for the Museum for the United Nations, UN Live, and our purpose is to hack popular culture for social action. And we're specifically working on a gaming platform this year, which is why those brilliant students from CIS presented their concepts. So we are all about how you take the brilliant passions of doing what we love and creating an amplifier, which means you get social impact from it. So I'm trying to persuade all parents who hate gaming that there is a future for gaming if we get our kids to design games for good. If not, I'd switch off the iPads too. So that's my mission. And our big focus today, which is why I'm delighted to co-host this last session, it's about behavioral change. And I just came out of the Crossroads session, and I've behaviorally changed. I don't know about anyone else who was in that session. Absolutely remarkable, as was the keynote this morning. So we're really interested in this last session to think about the behavioral change that maybe you've already made today or are about to make happen. And very importantly, what are the barriers to that? So think about this as a buddy session. What are the resources you need to make a change? That person might be right here today, and that's exactly what we need. Someone on the wall said here, I'm not too small to make a difference.
That's great.
You wrote that? I'm not too small to make a difference. Are they in the room?
Still here.
Brilliant. Okay. I think it's because we're small that we can make a difference. It's because you're not relying on someone else to make that difference. You're saying, I'm up for it. So cherish being small. It's a small post-it, but it's a very, very big idea. So be happy being small, because that's what it is to be human in a gigantic world. So think about filling those out, and then let's have a chat about how we turn an amazing day. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Press Start team. I'm really delighted on the behalf of UN Live to support today and make this behavioral change happen.
All right. So today is the inaugural Games for Change APAC-Hong Kong 2023. So we have been here the whole day talking about games and immersive media, talking about a purpose beyond fun. Yes, fun is important, but also beyond fun, we have to look at what we can do, because we have the power, no matter how small we are, and because we're small, we have the power to change our world. We are solving complex challenges, and we saw that through all the different breakout sessions, and I'm sure in the discussions that you've been having with the different participants. But we need new approaches, we need to be collaborative, and we need to tap into our strengths. And as Susie was mentioning, this is how we surface and learn about each other's strengths and learn how we can support each other. So thank you for putting up your post-its. In terms of the learnings, I kind of condensed them into a few key ingredients for change, if you will. So the main thing is empathy. There were some post-its here saying, I wonder if we talk to the rich people, what will they think? Do they feel the same way? Well, that's a challenge, right? Reach out to people who we think might not be aware of the things that we already know matters. So building knowledge and awareness, activating those who already care. So how do we energize? How do we make sure that folks have the resources, the tools available to them? How do we win over more people tied to empathy? How do we create spaces to learn and collaborate? There was a number of post-its talking about that, actually creating that space. And this community, I hope, is the starting point for that. And lastly, accessibility. Whether we're talking about accessibility for people with disabilities, or actually just looking at who is it that is left behind, who isn't involved in this conversation. the responsibility for changing our society lies in each and every one of us. And we need to think, as we're bringing everyone along on the journey, who are we forgetting? Who are we not accommodating and allowing to shine in this journey? All right. Anything to add from anyone in the group, in the room, from Susie, in terms of learnings, things that struck you throughout the day? Now is the time to share. Any key takeaways? I see a lot of thoughtful looks. Yes, and the pen.
Hello. So one of my takeaways, I guess, is these big, seemingly abstract, large things like design thinking, let's just say, or I think even what you were mentioning with, I do a lot of work with schools with sustainable development goals, let's just say, and games seem to be a nice gateway into these things. And even the room I was in, we actually were uncovering a lot of the processes that sometimes just get talked about, but through an interactive game. And then I think everybody just opened up because of that to have these larger conversations. So I see games as like a gateway.
Just to respond to that, if I may, I have been, just to tell you the story, at the Chinese International School this year. We started this prototype. I'm based in Hong Kong, but our organisation is Copenhagen, based on a piece of research that we did, which was this crossover point between the incredible ascendancy of gaming and world leadership in the creativity of gaming coming out of this region, and the ascendancy of climate anxiety amongst young people, and this feeling of we're living our passions, but my world is falling apart. And we went into CIS, and we said, let's start a new CCA. And I have been totally humbled by the amount of students who wanted to be part of it. And we simply said, you love what you do, your parents don't really want you to do it. What if it's possible to design a game for change? Do you think you can do it? And you saw the students earlier. And we've got 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, all the way up the school. Gaming, within that darkness that many, many people feel, there is a real star, because it is a fact of life, it's a passion for life. And one of the things that we're working with is working with doctors who are gaming fanatics to help design games for the future that protect mental health. And if I may, I'm just going to very quickly talk about it, because the psychologist at CIS who led this, she explained that if you're in the back seat of a game, right, like a roller coaster, it's just adrenaline. And psychologically, you could never evidence a benefit. The more creative the game, the more challenging the game, psychologically, and I may have psychologists in the room, you guys are more pro at this than I am, but she helped us as the UN understand this. That if you create, so the program at CIS is called UN Creators, and I'm delighted to share it with other schools. You have to be creating, and then psychologically the adrenaline starts coming down, you start thinking, and you start learning. And that's the skill. We need to turn this, passion for gaming into productive, creative thinking. And it's brilliantly fun. It delves into the best of design thinking, a culture that is with us forever. And the games these kids can create are so much better than the games I used to play, which were genuinely mindless. There is an opportunity, and we passionately believe in it. So I really entirely support you. Just witness the accessibility of gaming to be an incredible force for good, which is not the global narrative, but it can be in the future. We're very, very hopeful. So thank you for raising that.
Any other points, ideas? One thing I noticed in this bucket is around two things. One was one of the post-its was talking about, can we transform our game, which I assume is digital, into a board game? And then another post-it said, actually, we have challenges around coding. So there's a movement to look at digital and board games, and I think we need to explore both. The other thing here is under resources, a few kind souls already put their names up. Tim, I saw your name up here, as somebody who's into robotics and is happy to share his skills and knowledge around that, if that's useful for anyone in this room. Ideation, facilitation, and game design. There's a number here. Eating skills. That was fun. Yeah, a lot of game designers here. And so bringing it back to the trading card that you have, this is now where we connect with each other.
So who's got a card they want to share? If not, we're going to... Brilliant. Go for it. Well done, you.
And okay, I'll try to make it not sound like an advertisement. All right. So name is Jing'an Chen. Yeah, call me Jing'an for sure. So basically, I'm more than a decade game developer and also a web developer. Used to work in Riot Games and also in Sesame Street, the Sesame Street, yeah, the Muppet one. So I've made a lot of web systems, just in case you guys are interested in making any web thing. Also digitalizing a lot of some board games into their web version. But in the recent 6 years, I was majorly working in a field of educational games. Well, Sesame Street, so they kind of developed these thousands and thousands of coursewares, that's what they called, and web-based things that teach kids from 4 years old to 10 years old about everything they need to know, like schools, eyes, nose, from as simple as this ones all the way to as complicated as grammars. So that's me, game developer, web developer, Jing'an Chen, and talk to me if you have the need. You're looking for someone like
this. Want to follow up with Jing'an? Put your hand up. Hands up. Who would find him a useful dude? I'm up. I'm in.
Hey, I'm here.
There you go.
Here.
There's 4 friends for you, just like that.
Oh, sounds good. Yep.
Thank you for your offer of time. That's brilliant.
Great.
Thank you. Yep.
Anyone with a power to share or an ask? Yes.
Hello. Thanks, everyone. So my experience, I basically I'm a trained interior architect, so I basically early in my career, I helped design workplace experiences. Hello. So yeah, so I've done basically physical, spatial experiences, and I have transitioned into product design. So in my last gig, I was head of UX for e-commerce grocery startup. What I'm looking to do next, and I hope I can help and make a change, is basically find a problem statement that requires knowledge in both. Basically, it's full stack experience design, right? And my passion, because I started in architecture, it's really about how users behave in environments, in cities, moving through cities, flourishing in cities. I think that's about it in terms of passion. I'm sure there's a lot more, but I'm looking to connect with people, companies, that I can literally bring both of these worlds together and help make a change and difference somehow.
Who can, just anyone immediately, Jenny, in terms of that's an incredible skill. I can tell you from the perspective of gaming, the architecture, the visual architecture of a game. Jenny will understand how to create buildings in games that people want to spend time in and around. I'm not joking, right? We know that the visual sophistication of the gaming land is just going beyond. And to have someone who knows experience design from an architectural point of view is a very precious skill. So thank you very much for putting that out there. I'm going to come and speak to you. Here we go. There we go. Would you like to explain why you'd like to speak to Jenny and talk about your card?
Okay. Actually, I think I might need to speak to you both, but well, right now I'm working on kind of designing like a learning environment for young children between the ages of 3 to 6 years old that would help stimulate the emotion regulation skill sets. So when you're dealing with 3 to 6 year olds, you can't teach them the same way that you do with older kids. And the best platform has been play. So I've been using forum theater as an initial step, but then there are certain theories that we have to translate so that they can be applied. Like, for example, the emotion regulation process model, I would need to convert that into a game that a 3 to 6 year old can play and be able to gain skill sets. And one of the things we had was like, okay, we'd need a board game, but then we also looked at the aspect of virtual reality, and I know nothing about game development. And I've been thinking, it's like I keep having like a framework, and I'm like, this is not going to work. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep this maybe for a postdoc or something, but it's in the air. So I have like a template, and my team and I've been like, we don't have anyone who can help us really do this well, because I think sometimes in the game world there's an argument, or like actually like in the current state, like technology versus board games or physical real life games is like, oh, spending too much time on your phones or your gadgets is not really good. But then we know that you can limit that and time that. And then with the pandemic, we know that we need the human element even when we do games, like the virtual reality aspect. And I remember talking to my friends about the 3D anamorphic ads, and I was like, I think you could, when I first thought of 3D, that was my thought, that you would like have this world that I could go into and feel like it's really happening, and how would have real life situations happening, and then try to sort that out, but for toddlers. That's yes, so that's where I need help. Right now it's in the air. It's more like theoretical argument. Yes. Yeah, yeah. No, we do the puppets, but you would want, like, how do you create the environment that the kids would want to be in, and then make sure that the steps that you're applying are the right approach, because you have the way you adapt it for adults is very different from completely different. So sometimes you would say, okay, we're going to throw this out, or we're just going to freeze it for the moment until we read more on how we can better adapt it for children. And I think more experimentation. Yeah, so definitely I would need both of you. All right.
Small conversations start the chain of
Yes.
behavioral change. So good for you for standing up to make that link. It's like some strange gaming, dating world in which you're in. But bear in mind, that's how we playing games, right? You play with someone, you move things forward, and that's what it's about today. That conversation could change the future for hundreds and thousands of children. That's why we're here. So we celebrate those small moments. Get Jenny offering her time. Is there anyone else? There is. Go.
So real quick, my work is in robotic fish specifically, and I want to rethink the way we do conservation work. As of now, like when we talk about conservation, we go to the site, do a few things, and then off we go. And the way we experience the water, it's like you can only do it on the surface level because it's dangerous and waters are just very difficult and controllable. So the idea, or I'm trying to push for, is to redefine how we interact with the ocean, specifically because like to give the experience of a diver, or to see the landscape of the maritime world through the eyes of the fish. Specifically, this time it's just a robot where you pilot it around, you have a camera, and then you just see the world. And you interact it in an environment. I guess this would fall under AR stuff, augmented reality. So we take the live video feed of an actual live site, and then you append all the interactions on top of it. And the reason why this is important is we can't bring people into those reserves area because human footprint damages the ecosystem. So most of the natural conservancy I've met, they can only offer a very surface level experience, the one that is safe and kind of smallly designed. So I was hoping that to explore that idea of having a robot that we can make sure will protect the environment and let people interact with it through specifically that. So I think that's something you're good at, specifically experience design with physical systems. So for me, board games are beautiful because there is a real element to it and analog. And I feel like for people like me, when I can touch something and I can feel something and I have a sense of autonomy over the real world, then it's real. Because virtual worlds are, from my perspective, still I feel detached. It's like two realities. So yeah, that's the idea. And regards to helping you guys, I can build moving stuff very quickly for cheap. And
Nice.
yeah, and things for like interaction design, like you want to build something where someone moves closely and then it lights up and it responds to you. So it's like a real live simulation of a board game. I can help with that. Yeah.
For cheap sounds good.
I'm trying to connect to them.
They're from HKU. It's like an offsite of HKU. And they have got this most remarkable outreach center. And this autumn, they're opening a little pop-up museum there. And they are scientists looking for people who can turn science into action. So your robotics, from the perspective of a fish in a marine reserve you're not allowed to get to, your skills will be incredibly valuable to help children engage with understanding marine conservation. So I'd highly recommend a walk down to the whale skeleton at the end of Cape D'Aguilar. For those who haven't, it's the building right next to it. They are doing remarkable work, and they're about to get robotics in there as well.
So exciting.
Anybody else? Oh, here we go. There we are.
Yeah,
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Huang Lu, and you can call me Echo. And I'm going to totally make this as an ad. Currently I'm a master's student in Hong Kong U, and I'm majoring in education, information technology in education. And I'm going to graduate this year. So what I need is an opportunity. Yeah, and I regard myself as an instructional designer or a learning experience instructor. So which I just design and develop training materials or learning materials for adults. Yeah, I know like adults and children are different, so they are more like adult result oriented. They know what exactly they're learning. So what I do is just apply adults learning theory and also ADDIE, all the theoretical frameworks into the design process. So yeah, I'm looking for opportunities, so hit me up. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. And yeah, and also I want to add up to like why I'm here, because I took a course that my professor also add gamified elements into the course design. So I'm like actually as a participant in that course. So what I learned from that is game can actually stimulate learning, not only for like primary school students, but also for adults. And look, we're here and we're all adults, right? So we love game as well. So I also want to, like in my future career, I also want to like apply gamified elements into the adults learning process, so that we can help the learning experience more fun and enjoyable while they are reaching their learning objective or their lifelong like goals. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, hi. My name's Vivian. I'm also a university student at HKU here. And I was very inspired by this opportunity over here. And I just thought there's so many professionals here. And I'm still a university student figuring things out. And I want to know what's the next step? If I feel inspired today, what's the next step I should take to grasp opportunities and perhaps also develop new ideas in this field? So I'm interested in that.
So first of all, there's a point up here, someone said, ask better questions to get better answers. That's a great question. So everything is about a small step, right? Every one of us here, Vince, the Press Start team, Games for Change, if you feel that resonates for you, me in my role from UN Live, I would just think in your mind, today, I'm going to reach out to 3 people that I think kind of get where I'm coming from, right? And it's not about a big thing. It's not about sending a CV. It's about building a network of people that resonate with what matters to you, based on whether it's sustainable goals, whether it's values you have. And I would just boil it down, small steps to move things forward that you can then work it out bit by bit. So I would say Games for Change as a platform globally is extraordinary. Vince and his team right here in Hong Kong are doing incredible work. If you want to keep on that momentum, that's a brilliant team to connect with. And don't ask for anything back, right? I mean this very, very seriously. I spent my whole life in branding, design, advertising, consulting globally. And I realized the second I put a value on it, yes, fine, your bank account, but actually doors close. So let go of the comeback and think, what do I want to do for something or for somebody? And just do it. And great things will happen. It means you have to have a parallel life because you've still got to have a job, you've still got to study, but just give something and see what happens.
Wonderful. I guess a few things to note. So today, after we close this session, feel free to stay behind and connect with the people who you think you can help or can be helpful to you in what you want to achieve. The other thing is, in the feedback form, we're actually asking you if you have something to contribute and to send us your details so that we can actually reach out to you if you need anything. But also that's an opportunity for you to subscribe to the newsletter and to get involved in other things that Press Start is doing, and by extension, the rest of the community. So for example, the newsletter will highlight Press Start activities as well as what they do with other people within the community. Yeah, that was my main plug, I believe. Oh, and of course, follow us on social media. The Games for Change Instagram. For the next few weeks, we'll highlight the people who have exhibited at the marketplace. So hopefully that will allow you, if you haven't had a chance to visit, to get more information from them, from the rest of the speakers as well. We'll be sending out clips from from videos that we took of them. Stay behind and then share some testimonials as well. Thank you, Vince. That's at G4C APAC-HK on Instagram. All right. Well.
So I'd just like to take a moment to take a massive risk in the last 5 minutes, which is to ask all of the Press Start team to come here, because I want to, on behalf of all of us here, thank you guys. Is everything going to switch off, or can you risk moving? Great, come on down. You guys deserve to be on the stage. Really, really remarkable. So, Adrian, Tiffany, Sanjaya, Keith, Seb, Tina, Vince, Rachel, Cedric, Natalie. Anyone who I have not mentioned? I've been so inspired meeting Vince a while ago. And you guys are doing a remarkable trailblazing here in Hong Kong to create this concept of gaming, games for change, the educational, powerful, positive impact that you can have. And I just want to celebrate what you guys do. Clearly, you guys are a well-oiled, brilliant machine, but I know you're all volunteering your time to be here, which is absolutely remarkable. And I think everyone here would agree that we've really changed because of today. So I just want to give you guys a big round of applause and say thank you very much for giving us that.
Apparently I meant to say something. Unlike this morning, I have not written anything, so I'm just going to go off the cuff. I just want to really quickly, I don't know if anybody's wondering what the makeup of this team is. We have 3 university students. Can you show yourselves? So we have We have 3 university students. One who is managing the entire live stream process, Keeve. The other, you might have seen her going around shooting video and doing interviews with all the speakers and all the marketplaces. That's Sanjaya. And the last but not least is the person that you go to when you come and the person that you go to for all problems that you have in life. And that's Natalie. So they are all university students and they're all making, this is what we're doing here is a lot of the youth stuff that Susie is doing as well is we have these 3 in our team as well. So please give them a round of applause. The rest of the team, I'm going to go over here now because we have other people who are just volunteering to give us their time. Tina, you can head over there. These are people with day jobs. And when Susie says that this is a volunteer team, yes, I'm not paying these guys anything. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. You got free breakfast this morning, so that's good. Oh, did you not? Oh, rip. Okay. So we have Adrian here, who's basically been in charge of all the press-related things and actually just running the show on the breakout level today. So round of applause for Adrian. Seb is kind of like an edge case here because he also had his own booth, like unbelievable. Are you kidding me? You're wearing a Press Start shirt and you're running your own booth, has nothing to do with Press Start. It's just unbelievable, like unforgivable. Seb works at IBM as a consultant. He used to be on the Press Start team, and he's just the most gung-ho, passionate person in the field of innovation and design thinking. So round of applause for Seb. Tiffany works in the entertainment consulting industry. Actually, I'm going to do your sales pitch for you. The superpower that she has on her card. I don't know if you filled out a card, but the superpower she would have is that she consults for theme parks. So like Legoland and Universal. Those are her clients. So. Everybody should go talk to Tiffany. So Tiffany has been basically running the show for the entire day, so give it up for Tiffany. Last but not least, Tina. I don't know what I would do without her. She is more than the MC for today. I basically, that whole feedback form, I just sprung on her like 5 minutes before this session, basically. And she's just holding everything together and, Tina works in diversity and inclusion at a big insurance company. So you want to talk about awareness and advocacy and all of these things, that is Tina. So thank you. I am absolutely keeping everybody from your happy hours on Saturday. I just want to just say a couple more things. Additional shout out to Jack, who is right here. Jack is the Associate Common Core. Yes, please. Jack is the Associate Director of the Common Core office here at HKU. We've had the privilege to work with him for the past 3 semesters on various different programs. And he's been a great supporter. The moment that I went to him with today's event, he's like, great, we're in. How can we support? He's basically the most wonderful human being ever. If you want to explore more opportunities and things within HKU, he's the guy you want to talk to, so that's his superpower. He has many other superpowers. This is the one that I will mention that is relevant right now. Okay, so I suppose I have to, also shout out to Susie, because she's just sitting over there. It's very rare that you have somebody who is like doing such high-profile things and willing to spend their whole day at a conference like this, and also bringing her students in. And so I really appreciate that. And she's going to be here. She has like, I don't know how many superpowers on her list. I feel like she has like 5 cards. So go talk to her. She'll like, just let her go at some point. I don't want to see you still here at 8 p.m. And I guess, yes. Do we give her a round of applause yet? Yeah, let's do that, yeah. Okay, I will close out just by saying thank you very much for attending today. If I were to, I did not fill out a card. Natalie did not give me a card. Unbelievable. So I did not fill out a card, but I suppose one of the things that I can hope to bring on behalf of the Games for Change movement, and I know that Dale, who is the director of Games for Change APAC, is dialing in right now because he just texted me, so he's listening to this. One of the things that I mentioned at the top of today is that there's a lot of cool stuff happening in Hong Kong. And there's not enough of a platform and a community to bring what is happening in Hong Kong to the world. We cannot promise to do everything. The marketplace and the sessions here today are a great start. What I think we are passionate about and good at is bringing together people and identifying people's superpowers and identifying people's stories and curating a badass lineup of badass people in the room today. And so if you want your story shared on a regional level, on a global level, through the Games for Change movement, through all the things that we're doing here as well, please come talk to me, because I would love to share what you're doing as well. And we'd love to find ways to collaborate. With that, I think we can close out. Thank you again, like from the bottom of our hearts. This has been a wonderful day, and I need to buy all of them a drink. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So please, the feedback form is over here. There's a QR code. I can lower the one over here. Mind your heads, I'll bring it down. Hang on. All right.
Thank you.
Great, great. Look at this, everyone's just giving, here I am, I want to help.
Yeah.
What vibe is that?
Yeah, well, that vibe is you and Tina. I had nothing to do with this.
But I mean, but do you know what I mean? But the
Yeah.
tone of the day.
Yeah. Thank you for spending
No,
this.
no, I'm delighted. So, it's just, you're doing something pretty special. So, absolutely. What a great
It's just around the corner. Oh, I have a. Oh, I still have a mic. Oops. Let me put this back. Yeah, I know. Hey, all right, we'll work next time.